Okay, so I've got let me just let's start.
Right. Completion tasks for the 100x test before. When you keep it very good. The goal is to understand what is IT, how do you install the before you ever start. That's an experience with JavaScript. Basically how websites were written for the longest time until 2010 when fancy frameworks like Vue.js, React came to the picture to sort of change the industry. But until then, this is how websites were written. That's how you write our websites today. You'll understand a little bit about what is called a DOM, more specifically how can you manipulate the DOM. Slightly advanced stuff towards the end of the video. Don't worry about the video understanding. We will cover this as a board. And finally, assignments for you. One small assignment, a small tweak of what we're doing today, so that you practice a bit on your own. Start to go on your machine. That's going to be a bit of what we're doing today. Let's get right into the video. More practically, let's understand what are the terms that you're going to use. And you'll be dividing into two parts. The small stuff again. Small words are these things which you probably understand very quickly. Alright, let's do this. Why do you do this? How do you like this? Alright, let's get into the CSS. Alright, hi everyone, welcome to a new video. This video is going to be specifically about terminals. What are these fancy black things that hackers use? What are the common commands that are written here? And specifically the commands that you need for this code. There is a detailed video right after this one that will take you through some extra commands that are not really needed but good to know, and also take you through the installation of Node in your machine. This video specifically is going to be a bunch of common commands. And then assuming you already have Node in your machine, 3 new commands that are Node related. Cool, let's get right into it. First,
Hello everyone. So in today's video, we'll be looking at bash commands, and we'll also be exploring a lot of different commands that can help you navigate your operating system better, work with.
Alright, hi everyone, and welcome to the video where we will understand how to install Node.js on your machine. Once you've done that, I'll show how can you start to solve assignments that get posted on GitHub. Without any further ado, let me give you some context. First slide will take you top level. How can you install Node.js? How do you know and confirm that Node.js is indeed working correctly? Then from here to here, we're going to solve some very basic assignments in JavaScript. This is a hard JavaScript assignment. If you understand great, if not, that is fine. Slowly we will reach there. And then here are two asynchronous JavaScript assignments. Without any further ado, we'll start here. Small prerequisite for this video is the bash video. So we already have the bash video posted on the dashboard. Alright, hello everyone. Let's start to code the landing page for VS Code. There are easy bits to this, there are hard bits to this. If you remember from our original class, we sort of coded the easy bits, which was, let's say, these two sections at the top. The hard bits, if you remember from them, was actually, positioning elements left and right, or even worse of what's happening here. Something is on the left, something is on the right, and this is also. Alright guys, how is it going? How was the promises class? Hopefully you understood a little bit. The things that you did not understood, thankfully you don't have to focus on them for a while, unless of course you're targeting these assignments. If you want to create promisified versions of set timeout, read file, that is fine. Using them is much easier. So let's focus on using them in the syntax that we had now, and then some other syntaxes. Specifically, we'll understand the async await syntax now. We'll understand why promises might be slightly better. I don't think callback is the best tool to justify it. But we'll understand what is callback L, how do promises fix them, what is promise chaining, async await. Alright guys, let's understand middlewares with some real world examples. This video is for you if you weren't able to understand middlewares last week. Let's start with a very basic example. Let's say in the real world there is an amusement park and there's a very fancy light there. There's a very long line in front of that fancy light. There is also a ticket. Alright, let's understand a few extra concepts. Map, filter, and arrow functions. Map and filter are sort of helper functions when it comes to arrays, and arrow functions are just another way to write. Hi everyone, this video's goal is to understand the difference between Axios and Fetch. These are two popular ways to hit a backend server and get back response from that. For example, we have some server that we've used many times now that gives you a randomly generated list of tuples anytime you hit the specific endpoint. Alright, as I said, there are two types of databases, NoSQL and SQL. There are multiple NoSQL databases, there are multiple SQL databases. One NoSQL database is MongoDB. Over next week, try to get yourself a free cloud MongoDB instance. The way to do that is go to mongodb.com or something like that, official URL, mongodb.com. Select username and password. It opens. Admin.
Hello everyone and welcome. In this video, we'll be talking about Git and GitHub and why they are important. We'll be starting off with discussing some terms and concepts that are most commonly used when we use version control systems.
Alright, let's understand authentication, JWTs, and something called trycatch, which is slightly off topic. High level, the video is going to be about how to do authentication in the real world. Create element, div, new to do div element dot inner HTML equal to value, and then document dot query selector body dot append child, new to do div. We have so much code here written. Yes, but div, a button element to the div, and then the div to the body. Let's see this in action. Let's see how this looks like. Alright, the way we code this is what do we want? First create a span element. When the function gets called, rather than doing all of this, I will first create a span element. Const span element. We will call them. Is this cleaner as a UI developer? Yes, yes, my life is much easier. I did not have to write any DOM manipulation mode. There is a DOM manipulation happening here. It is happening in this render function, which is what, as I said, you have to look up whatever you need to do and make sure you understand what is happening. It will be very hard to learn back in completely into if you can learn at all. The months that you will learn. Thankfully. And feel free to go to the page with experiment or try locally as well. I'm going to go to the page, click on create repo and select HTML. You first get the input element, then you log in. slash Safari all implement this ECMA script standard, which basically means यहाँ पे कुछ smart लोग बैठे हैं, there are some smart people sitting over here that say यार console.log whenever it is written, some hi there is written over here, that should print hi there on the screen, and then all of these developers implement this. In the future, the guys at ECMA script might say, yeah, we are adding a new functionality. This functionality is whatever, a new data type. We have like structs now. Right now we have objects in JavaScript, we have arrays. If these guys want, they can introduce a new concept. Alright, hopefully you're coming from the last video where we understood everything from point 1 to point 7. In this video, we'll cover everything from point 8 to point 14 without any further ado. Let's start with the very first simplest terminology for today, children. Something like these two cuties over here. The children prop allows you to pass elements or components as props to other components. Very jargon long statement. Let's start with the use case. Let's say alright, hi everyone. Welcome to another video on Express and HTTP server with real world examples.
Hello and welcome to the Ultimate React course. I'm so thrilled to welcome you here and to guide you on your journey of becoming a complete React developer. And learning React is indeed a great choice, not only because it will enable you to build any application that you can imagine, but also because there is always a huge demand for skilled React developers like the one that you will become by the end of this course. Now, before we dive in, let's take a minute to get a quick overview of how Hello and welcome to the Ultimate React course. I'm so thrilled to welcome you here and to guide you on your journey of becoming a complete React developer. And learning React is indeed a great choice. Not only will enable you to build any application that you can imagine, but also because there's always a huge demand for skilled React developers like the one that you will become by the end of this course. Now, before we dive in, let's take a minute to get a quick overview of how the course is organized and the projects that we're going to build together. So, the course is divided into 4 big parts, which will take you from knowing nothing about React to a skilled and confident React developer in no time. In part 1, we're going to build a few small but nice projects to get you up to speed with React fundamentals such as components, JSX, props, state, and forms. I also included tons of challenges and exercises to get you coding in React on your own right off the bat. In part 2, we built upon these foundations to learn intermediate concepts like data fetching, use effect hook, and custom hooks. There's also a special section on how React works behind the scenes, which will make you super confident when working with React on your own. Next, in part 3, is where we really take things to the next level and work on your advanced React skills. So we're going to dive deep into topics like reducers and performance optimization, build our first single-page app with React Router, and also explore Redux and modern Redux toolkit. Then, in part 4, we take all you've learned and apply it to the real world, as we build 2 beautiful professional applications using industry-standard libraries and tools like Redux, Tailwind, React Query, Supabase, and more. So, as you see, this course really contains everything you need to know about modern front-end development with React. It's going to be a really exciting journey, and I'm sure that you're going to have a ton of fun building all these projects, and that you'll take your web development career to the next level. And with that being said, let's jump right in. Hello and welcome to the Ultimate React course. I'm so thrilled. Now, before learning anything about React, and even before setting up our development environment, let's build our very first small React app. It's a tiny app, but we will already meet many of the fundamental ingredients that all React applications are built upon. So this is going to be a lot of fun already, and so let's get started. And remember how I said that we don't even need to set up our development environment. And that's right, we can actually write our very first React app right here in basically this online code editor called codesandbox. codesandbox.io. So right now you can go to codesandbox.io, and there they will ask you to try this app for free, but you can do it even more easily, which is to open up a new tab and simply write react.new. So that's it, react.new, hit enter, and this will then automatically create a brand new code sandbox for you, now already with the React starter template. Now, by the time you're watching this, the code sandbox app might look a little bit different, but the idea is probably going to be the same. So here, on the left side, you'll have some files. Here's some info about the templates, that doesn't really matter. And in the middle, you'll have a code editor where you can open these files, so just like VS Code. And on the right, you will have your output, and even your console down here. So this is, again, just like VS Code. And in fact, this whole app is actually really built on VS Code. And this is actually so helpful and useful that we will use Code Sandbox a lot of times throughout this course, for example, for the coding challenges that I included in this course. But anyway, you see here that it has already created a bunch of folders and files for us. And let's start by deleting the styles.css. We're not going to use this. And we have this index.js and app.js. And of course, later we will learn what all of this code here is and does. But for now, let's open up simply app.js and delete everything. So with this, we can then start from scratch. So let's start by building our very first React component, which is essentially a piece of the user interface. Again, more about all that later. So just write function, and by default, we call our main component the app component. And as you see, the component in React is really just a function. Now, these functions in React, so these components, can return something called JSX, which is a syntax that looks like HTML.
Okay, so on through this theory, okay, the table of contents of React course by Jonas Skidman, the ultimate React course. So there is 65 like total contents, but there is mainly 4 sections. There is 1 and the 4 are the main sections. So let's so 5 people are watching. So 5 people are think everything is right. Well, I think
and which will basically describe what we can see on the screen, so just like HTML. So let's return a div. Let's close it here. Then let's, for example, write an h1 here. Hello world. So that's the traditional first line of code that we always write. And then we also will want a button a bit later. And here let's say get advice, because we are going to build a very small app which will fetch some advice from an API and will display it over here on the screen. So let's give this a save, and you see that it all nicely formats here, which is because behind the scenes here we have the prettier extension already included into the start template here. Now all we need to do is to export this function from here, because you see that this index.js file actually imports it here. So export default, give it a save, and then let's just manually reload here on the right side. And after some time, you should then, so you should see your hello world and the button. Beautiful. So that's our very first React component, but of course, nothing happens, for example, when I click here on this button. And so let's change that. And again, what I want to do is whenever I click on this button, we want to get a new advice from an API. So basically we want to fetch some data from an API and display it on our user interface. So let's actually write a new function right in here. So inside app, we will write an async function so that we can use async await. And so you should be familiar with this basic JavaScript. And if not, don't worry, there's actually a section that reviews the most essential JavaScript that you need to know for React. Here I'm missing, of course, the function name. So let's say get advice. And then here, let's fire off a fetch request. And here I'm just going to type out the URL of this API. So https and api.advicelib.com/advice. Okay, then we can await this promise and store it inside of some variable. And again, all of this should be nothing new for you at this point. Let's just give ourselves a little bit more space. But also, as I said, if this is new stuff, just type out the JavaScript that I'm writing here, and it all will make sense in that review of essential JavaScript. But anyway, let's now basically convert that response to JSON, and then let's log it to the console. All right, so inside our component, which again is this app function here, so inside that component we now have this getAdvice function, but we're not calling it anywhere, right? So how do we call this function when we click on this button? Well, we can specify the onClick attribute here. So onClick equals, and then just open these curly braces. And here, we simply write getAdvice. All right, let's maybe reload just to make sure. And then let's click, and well, we got something. Nice. So here we have this slip, then slip again, and then in there we have the advice. So here we have some piece of advice. A problem shared is a problem halved. So what we're looking for is actually data.slip.advice, right? So let's try that again. Yeah, so now you get this advice directly here. And all we have to do now is to basically get this string, so this text, here into our user interface. So we want it to be displayed right here. So here in this place. Now, how do we do that? Well, for that we need a concept called state. And state is the most fundamental concept of React. So whenever we need something to change in the user interface, we change the state. So we update something that we call state. So to create a new state, we need to do it here at the top level in the function, and we write it like this. So advice and set advice, and then use state. And we start off with an empty string. So you see that automatically useState got imported from the React library, and if for you this didn't happen automatically, then please go ahead and write this line of code here. All right. So this useState here is a function in React which returns an array, and so here we are destructuring that array. So in the first position of the array, we have the value of the state that we call advice here, and the second value is a setter function, so a function that we can use to update the piece of state. Okay, and so right here in this getAdvice function, we can now use this setAdvice function to update the state. And then whenever this piece of state is updated, the user interface will also be updated. So let's call setAdvice right here. So after we receive the data, and now all we have to do is to then use this advice right here in this JSX. So remember that I said that this is called JSX, which is basically just like HTML, but we can add some JavaScript to it as well. So each time we want some JavaScript, we can basically enter JavaScript mode by using these curly braces. And we already did that down here. So we have this onClick attribute here, and then here we open JavaScript and pass in the function. So this function will then get called whenever we click this button. So here now we can simply place this advice variable. And then let's see the magic happening. And it works. Beautiful. Let's click again, and then we get another one. Beautiful. So it's already working. So this is already your first working React application, already with a piece of state, which again is one of the fundamental aspects of React. And of course, right now all of this seems really confusing, but of course you'll understand it as we go through the course. So basically what happens is we click this button here, and we set here that whenever we click the button, the getAdvice function should be called. And so then, indeed, it gets called, it fetches our data, and then we update the state. So we update the state by calling setAdvice, and then whenever we do that, so when we update state, then this function here, this whole component is executed again, and then the advice here has been changed, and therefore it then changes here on the user interface. Nice. So what I want to do next is to display down here some text which tells us how many times basically we have clicked this button. So which tells us how many pieces of advice we have already read. Basically, we want a paragraph here which says something like you have read, and here we can write any HTML, like we can make it strong. Let's for now just use some placeholder value here, pieces of advice, and let's close that here. But now of course we want to make this number dynamic, right? And so this is another place where we need some state because we want this value here to be updated over time. So we create more state. So use state again, and now the initial value should be 0. And then again this returns an array which we can immediately destructure into, for example, count and set count. Of course we can use any names that we want here. So what we do then here is to also update the count. So we can use our set count function. Then here I'll do something a bit strange. So we will update now in a different way, but this doesn't really matter. So it simply takes the current count and then adds 1, and that will become the new count. Okay, and now here let's replace that place with the actual count value. And if we reload now, then yeah, it increased. And it keeps increasing, so that works just fine. Nice. Now maybe you notice that when we load this for the first time, we have no advice here at all, and of course we start at 0. So let's change that so that whenever we open up the app for the first time, we already are graded here with our very first piece of advice. And we can do that with something called an effect. We can use effect, and again it needs to be imported here, so make sure that effect is up here. And then into effect we pass a function. So what do we want to happen here? Well, basically exactly the same thing as here. So we can simply call getAdvice. Alright. Now you're seeing that it's getting completely out of control, and that's because we have a bug in our code. So here we need this empty array. And as soon as I save this, you see that it stopped. So effect takes 2 arguments. First, a function that we want to get executed at the beginning, so when this component first gets loaded, basically, and then the second argument, which is called the dependency array, but that doesn't matter for now. So we will learn all about this later, but for now just make sure that you have this empty array here. Alright, and if we reload now, you see that very soon you get this very first advice automatically. Now down here we also get 2 pieces of advice, even though it should be only 1, but again, we will worry about that later. This is just because of something called script mode in development. Now if we keep clicking, then of course it keeps increasing normally. But when we load for the first time, basically this effect will be executed twice, and then this increases 2 times. Nice, and this is actually all the functionality that I wanted already for this little application. To make it just a little bit more real world, so to say, let's create a new component for this message down here. So in React, we try to divide user interfaces into components. And so let's kind of do this already here. So let's call this component message, and notice how it is uppercase here. So just like app, this one also needs to be uppercase. That's the convention in React for all components. So here all we want to return is basically just this. So we cut it from here, and then here we simply include message. Now you see that we have this error there, but we will take care of that in a minute. And so now we can basically include this component, actually message, just as if it was another HTML element. So message, and then we can close it immediately like this. Now we have a problem, because here we are using this count value, and well, right now this component has no way of knowing about the value of this variable. And so what we need to do is to pass it right into the component. So we do that using something called props. The prop is basically just like parameters to a function. So let's say we wanted to call this prop count, and then we pass in the count value. And again, here we are entering this JavaScript node by using the curly braces. And now here we can accept that, but not like this. So it's not like a normal function where we simply accept count. Instead, what we accept is an object called props, and it's on this props object that count is now a property. And again, if this sounds too confusing, well, it is actually pretty simple, as you'll see when we learn this all step by step and not all at once. So here I just wanted to have a little bit of fun and very briefly get to know all these different ingredients of React. But you don't need to worry about learning any of this right now. Just type the code and have some fun, and yeah, see the application here coming together. So now it actually works. So if we reload, then all these errors will be gone, and the application is back to working. So beautiful. And actually, this is all that I wanted to do for this small application, which still already has a lot of the React ingredients that real-world React applications will have. So we have state, we have effects, we have props, we have, of course, JSX here. We created 2 components, and so that's already pretty nice. So I hope that this was fun, and that you also got this application to work. And if not, so if for some reason you run into some trouble, I will attach a link to this code sandbox right onto this Udemy lecture. And with that being said, after this small introduction, it's now time to actually set up our system a little bit and really start learning about what React actually is, why it exists, and yeah, start learning really React. Now, before leaving this intro section, let me give you 8 quick considerations on how to actually take this course. And I promise they are super short and super important. So please don't skip this video, as it will set you up for success with this course. First of all, there are many different types of students in this course. Some have never written a line of React code in their life, while others want to get better or more advanced at React. This course is for all of you. Everyone is welcome. So please don't write a bad review immediately if the course is too easy or too hard or progressing too slow or too fast for you, because I built this course with everyone in mind. Now, to make it perfect for you, you can always rewatch lectures, jump to other sections, watch the course with slower or faster playback speed, or ask questions in the Q&A section. Of course, you can give a 1-star review if the course is absolutely terrible, but please at least wait for a couple of sections to get a good idea of the course, and then you will actually find that it's not terrible. Also, you don't need to watch the entire course in order to learn React. There are many parts of the course, especially in the big projects, where we will just practice what we already learned before, but just in another context. Now, this practice is excellent for you. The more videos you watch, the better you will become, but if you're short on time, you can just skip many sections or parts of sections, which will allow you to cut the course length at least in half. Now, about actually taking the course, as you should already know, you always need to code along with me. You will learn exactly 0 React skills by just sitting and watching me code. You have to actually write the code yourself, even if it's just typing the exact same code as in the video. It really doesn't matter, because as long as you're coding, the code is somehow getting into your brain and you're learning. Now, in the first few sections of the course, don't worry about why or how things work in React or about some React best practices. That's all super important, but in the first few sections, while still learning the fundamentals, we just want to make things work. We will worry about everything else as we keep going through the course. If you have some problem with your code or just a regular question, start by trying to solve or to answer it yourself. This is absolutely essential for your progress and an essential skill as a developer. If you can't solve the problem, start by checking Q&A section because probably someone already had the same problem before. Now, if that doesn't help, you can ask a new question. Just use a short description, post your code on codesandbox.io that we used in the previous video, and then share the link in the Q&A. Now, many sections in the course build on one another, and so before moving on from a section, make sure that you understand exactly what was covered. So don't just try to finish the course as fast as possible. Instead, take a break, review the code that we wrote, review the notes that you hopefully have been taking, review the projects that we built, and maybe even write some code on your own to practice. Only then you're ready to move on. Now, I recorded this course on a Mac, but everything is going to work the exact same way on Windows or on Linux. So if something doesn't work on your computer, that's not because you're using a different operating system. So there must be some other issue. And now, finally, and most importantly, have fun. So diving into the world of React is so much fun, and it's going to be so rewarding to see an application come to life that you have built yourself. So if you're feeling frustrated for some reason, stop whatever you're doing and just come back later. Always have fun while coding. And with that being said, let's now actually get started. Now, before even starting part 1, you first need to actually download the course starter code and the final project files from GitHub. So all the code that you're going to need to build the projects in this course is located in this code repository on GitHub with this URL. So I'll add this URL to the resources of this lecture, and so just click that to access this page. Now to then download the entire code, all you have to do is to click here on this green button and then download as a zip file. Now if for some reason that doesn't show up for you, so if you can't see this green button, then there's also an alternative link down here that you can click. Alright, now let's wait for this to download, and actually there it is. So let's see, and then let's open that up, and indeed, here we now have this zip file that I'm going to move to.
my desktop. So here on the desktop is where I will create all the projects in this course. So on macOS, you can just extract this by double-clicking, and on Windows, you just right-click, and then somewhere you will find the option of extracting all files. So then inside this folder, we basically have one folder for each of the projects that we're going to build throughout this entire course. And for each of the projects, we always have a final folder and a starter folder. So the starter folder contains the code that you're going to need to start the project, and then in the final folder, you'll always have the code as it will look like at the end of the project. So once the project is finished. And the idea of this final code is that you can compare it with your own code in case you run into any problems. So each time that you find a bug that you cannot fix on your own, then the best thing to do is to compare your code with the code from the final files. So with the files that are here in each of the final folders in each project. Now here in the repo, I also have another branch, which is this updates and fixes branch. So this is where I will place any important bug fixes that I didn't catch in the videos in the future. But don't worry too much about this one. The main thing that matters here is really this main branch. So this is the code that you need to download to get started with this course. And then finally, down here, I also have this part where I have some frequently asked questions. And so before going through the course, please make sure to take 3 or 4 minutes to read all of them. And you can also then see here the final versions of all of the main course projects. Okay, and with this, we are now finally ready to move on to part 1 of the course. Welcome to the next section. In this one, we will keep exploring fundamental React topics and finally make our components do something. So we will make components interactive now. So to do that, you will start learning how to handle events in React and how to update the user interface using the extremely important concept of state. We'll also start building our next project, where we're going to focus on state and on building forms in the React way using controlled elements. By the end of the section, we'll summarize everything we have learned about props and state, both in theory and in practice, by building a really nice small flashcards application. So once again, a super essential and foundational section for you. And so let's move on right away. So in this section, we will start to learn about events and state by building a very simple component where we can navigate through a few steps. And so let's now, in this lecture, start by building out the static part of that component. Now, in order to build that component, we will actually create a brand new project using create React app. So if you're on Windows, go ahead and open up your command prompt, and if you're on a Mac, then just open your terminal. And remember that in the terminal, you're always in a folder. So you can see what folder that is here in your command prompt, and then from there, just navigate to the folder where you want to create your new projects. And for me, that is, again, the desktop. So remember that you can see all the folders that you can navigate to from here. So I'm here in this home folder, basically, and so I can navigate to any one of these. So that's what I'm going to do with CD. And just by the way, again, on Windows, that's dir instead of ls. But anyway, I will now navigate to the desktop, and so now here, let's create our new project. So that's npx create-react-app. And now here, remember to lock in the version number 5, just so we are all building the same thing here. So using the same versions. And then I'll simply name this project here steps. So then hit enter, and then create React app is doing its thing. And in the meantime, let's actually check out the component that we are going to build. So that's this one right here. So it's basically this component where we have these 3 steps, and as I said in the beginning, we can basically navigate through them by clicking here on these buttons. So when we click next, we go to step number 2, and so then we get apply to jobs. So first we had to learn React, then apply to jobs, and then invest all your new income. So we can click these buttons here, so we have some interactivity here, and we can then also close and open up this component again. Alright, so again, in this lecture, we will start by building out the static part of this component. So just the component, basically without any interactivity. So just writing the JSX. But anyway, create React app has now finished. I will just quickly again rename the folder here, and then let's drag and drop it here onto VS Code. And as always, you can also open it right here. Okay, so let's clean up our starter files a little bit. in fact, I will delete almost everything here. So we'll just leave app.js and index.js. So all of them can go to the trash. And now let's open up index.js. Now this time, we will actually not write all of this here again by hand, because now you already know how it works, and so we can basically keep the code here that create React app put there for us. We just need to get rid of this part, and also of this import. Now we also got rid of the index.css file, so this import right now doesn't work, but I do actually have a CSS file in the starter files. So let's open up the files that we downloaded in the beginning, and here in the steps. Starter files, we have these two. So let's copy them. And then in steps, let's place them here in the source. And then let's also just move this vanilla.html into the public. So we're going to check out later what that is. Okay, and going back here, notice how we are importing this app from this file app.js. And so that's this one. But here let's clean everything and let's once again start from scratch by creating a new component. And as always, that component will be the app component. So function, app. And so you see that usually we use a component called app as the root component of our application. So basically as a component that is the parent component of all the other components. Let's just return something here. Hello React. And finally, all we have to do is to export the code here that create React app put there for us. You just need to get rid of this part and also of this text and apply to jobs and then invest all your new income. So we can click this buttons here, so we have some interactivity here, and we can then also
Hello and welcome to the Ultimate React course. I'm so thrilled to welcome you here and to guide you on your journey of becoming a complete React developer. And learning React is indeed a great choice, not only because it will enable you to build any application that you can imagine, but also because there's always a huge demand for skilled React developers like the one that you will become by the end of this course. Now, before we dive in, let's take a minute to welcome to the start of our journey in this part 1 of the course. So this part is all about learning React fundamentals, and so you'll acquire foundationals whose tons of small but beautiful. Welcome to our first section. In this section, we'll take a very first look at React. So we're going to talk about why we need something like React in the first place, what exactly React is, and how it compares to vanilla.
JavaScript. Then, to finish, we're going to discuss different options for setting up a new React application, and then use a tool called Create React App to build our very first React project. So, are you ready? Then let's get started. Now, before we start learning about React, let's actually ask ourselves one very important question. Why do front-end frameworks like React actually exist in the first place? Why not simply use vanilla JavaScript to build our apps? Well, let's answer that question in this lecture. And we're going to start at the very beginning by reviewing how websites used to be built in the past, how we transitioned to a new way, and how that led to the rise of front-end frameworks. So back in the day, before around 2010, all websites were always rendered on the server. So in server-side rendering, a website is basically assembled on the backend, so on a web server, based on data and templates. The resulting HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code is then sent to the client side, so to the web browser that requested the page. The browser then simply takes this code and basically paints it onto the screen. And a typical example of server-side rendered websites are all websites built with WordPress. Now the JavaScript that used to be included in these websites was initially only to add some simple dynamics to the page, like simple animations, hover effects, and other stuff like that. And usually a very popular library at the time called jQuery was used for this, because it made JavaScript work the exact same way across all browsers back then. However, over time, developers started writing more and more JavaScript code to be executed by the browser, until at some point these became fully fledged web applications, which then led to the rise of so-called single-page applications. So these are basically web pages that are rendered on the client, not on the server. So in client-side rendering, basically the work of rendering a web page is shifted from the server to the client. And so now we don't call these web pages anymore, but web applications. Now a web application still needs data, which usually comes from the backend in the form of an API. And I'm sure you've already worked with APIs like that, built with WordPress. Now the JavaScript, all websites were always rendered on the server. So in server-side rendering, a website is basically assembled on the backend, so on a web server, based on data and templates. The resulting HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code is then sent to the client side, so to the web browser that requested the page. The browser then simply takes this code and basically paints it onto the screen. And a typical example of server-side rendered websites are all websites built with WordPress. Now the JavaScript that used to be included in these websites was initially only to add some simple dynamics to the page, like simple animations, hover effects, and other stuff like that. And usually a very popular library at the time called jQuery was used for this, because it made JavaScript work the exact same way across all browsers back then. However, over time, developers started writing more and more JavaScript code to be executed by the browser, until at some point, these became fully fledged web applications, which then led to the rise of so-called single-page applications. So these are basically web pages that are rendered on the client, not on the server. So in client-side rendering, basically the work of rendering a web page is shifted from the server to the client. And so now we don't call these web pages anymore, but web applications. Now a web application still needs data, which usually comes from the backend in the form of an API. And I'm sure you have already worked with APIs like that, right? So the application consumes this API data and renders a screen for each view of the application. And these single-page applications essentially feel as if you were using a native desktop or phone application. So you can click on links or submit forms without the page ever reloading. So you're technically always on the same page, and therefore the name single-page app. Now, just before leaving the slide, I want to quickly mention that server-side rendering is actually making a comeback right now. So it's slowly getting modern again, driven by frameworks that are built on top of modern client-side rendering frameworks, such as Next.js, Remix, and many others. But in either case, we still need to learn how to build single-page applications, of course. But do we want to do so with vanilla JavaScript? Well, actually no, we do not want that, because there are actually several problems with using vanilla JavaScript to build large-scale applications, as we will see in a moment. But first, let's establish that building any front-end application is really all about handling data and then displaying that data in a nice user interface. That's basically all a web application does, if you think about it. So it receives data, changes the data as the user uses the app, and it always displays the current data on the screen. What this means is that the most important task of a single-page app, and really of any application and website, is to keep the user interface in sync with the data. Or in other words, is to make sure that the UI always displays the current state of the data. Now, as it turns out, displaying the correct data and making sure that it stays correct over time is actually a really hard problem to solve. And to understand why that is, let's take a look at this Airbnb application. So in this interface, we can identify a few pieces of data. First, we have this list of apartment, then we have a search bar, we have some data about the filters that are being applied, and we also have this piece of data here, which indicates whether the search should be updated as the user moves the map. And all this is data that the app depends on, right? And actually, in the real-world Airbnb application, there's just so much data. So this list here is not even all of it. But anyway, as we know, all of this data needs to be always kept in sync with the user interface, and also with the other pieces of data, because they're all kind of interconnected. For example, when we change the data about location or dates, then the UI needs to show those new dates, and also the list of apartments needs to be updated. Or another example, the map needs to show the location of the apartments, and so therefore, when the apartments change, the map must also change. And the same thing should happen the other way around. So when the map is moved, the list of apartments should change as well, but only when the user has previously clicked on the green checkbox. So these pieces of data here are even more interconnected, and it can become a real mess. Now, just as a side note, in a real-world app, we call each of these pieces of data a piece of state. So based on these examples I showed you, I would say that without a framework, it would be virtually impossible to keep this huge amount of data in sync with this super complex UI. But still, you might be wondering why? Why would it be so hard to build something like this with vanilla JavaScript? Well, it comes down to two big aspects. The first is that building a complex frontend with vanilla JavaScript alone requires large amounts of direct DOM traversing and manipulation. Like in this code right here, where we have manual element selection, class toggling, DOM traversing, and even manipulation of text and CSS styles. And this is guaranteed to become an absolute nightmare in a complex app like Airbnb, because our code would be extremely complex and really hard to understand, and we would probably just end up with a huge mess of entangled spaghetti code. So this is the first problem. The second big problem is that in typical vanilla JavaScript apps, state such as simple text or numbers are oftentimes simply stored right in the DOM, so right in the HTML elements themselves, rather than in a central place in the application. The result is that we end up with many parts of the app accessing and changing that DOM state directly, which makes the spaghetti code even harder to understand, and even worse, it will most certainly introduce many bugs into our application. And no one wants bugs, right? Now, of course, you could try to solve these problems on your own, but then you will just end up creating your own framework, which will most likely be way worse than all the well-established frameworks that already exist. So at this point, you might as well just use a battle-tested framework like React. Alright, so now that we know why it's so hard to write a single-page app with just JavaScript, we can answer the fundamental question that we asked in the beginning. So why do front-end frameworks actually exist? Well, we kind of already answered that question over the course of this lecture. So the big fundamental reason why these frameworks exist is because keeping a user interface in sync with data is really hard, and it's a lot of work too. So basically, frameworks like Angular, React, or Vue take this hard work of synchronizing data with the user interface away from us developers. So they solve this really hard problem so that we developers can focus only on the data and on building our user interfaces themselves. Now, different frameworks have different approaches to doing this, but they are all similar in the fact that they keep UI and data in sync over time. Now, another extremely valuable thing that frameworks give us is the fact that they basically enforce a correct way of structuring and writing code. So essentially, the authors of each of these frameworks came up with a good way of structuring applications so that other developers can then follow these conventions as well to build better applications with hopefully a lot less spaghetti code. Finally, frameworks give developers, and especially teams, a consistent way of building web applications. This way, everyone on the team will build their part of the app. In the exact same style as everyone else, which will, in the end, create a more consistent code base and product. And there we go. This is why modern web development is all about JavaScript frameworks. Now, to get a first feeling for how React keeps the user interface in sync with state, let's quickly compare the advice app that we built in the first section with a vanilla JavaScript implementation of the same application. So here I have them open side by side, and if you want to follow along, I actually added this vanilla javascript.html file right into the same code sandbox that we used to build this first advice app. So right here in the source folder, there's now this vanilla.js, or actually vanilla-.html file. And again, I will post the link to this code sandbox into this lecture. Alright, so in case you don't really remember what we did back here, you can always pause the video and just analyze this code here for a second for yourself. So what I want to do now, again, is to just quickly compare the React code that we wrote before with this vanilla JavaScript. Now, ironically, this vanilla JavaScript implementation is actually an HTML file. So I placed all the HTML file and then also the JavaScript right into one HTML file just to keep it all in the same place. But already this shows us the very first difference between the two philosophies. So here, everything is basically done in JavaScript. So even the JSX, so basically this kind of HTML here, is written inside of JavaScript. So JavaScript is taking care of everything. While here in the vanilla JavaScript, HTML is still in charge. So we have an HTML file, and that HTML file is then including the JavaScript into it. So it's basically the other way around, right? So right inside this HTML, we still have our same h1 here for the advice. The only difference is that it's empty, while here we include that advice state. Then we have the button and the paragraph for the message. Then inside of the script, so inside of the JavaScript part, we need to of course then manually select all of these three DOM elements. So I selected the advice element, the button, and also this one here for the count. And so for that, all of them needed to have this class. While here, well, we don't need any of that. There's no class here in any of these elements, and also we are nowhere manually selecting them, right? So then next we have this get advice function, which we will get to in a minute. And then we still basically have two pieces, which we can call like state. So we have a count value, which starts at 0, and an advice. So these are exactly the same as here, these states. Then finally, in the end, we also attach an event listener. So this get advice.
Hey, how's
function right here. So we attach that to the button that we selected here manually before. While here in the JSX, we do it using this on-click attribute right here. So right off the bat, you see immediately that we need to do a lot of things manually over here. That here happen more automatically. And again, that here is really JavaScript. It is in charge of everything, while here it is still the HTML. But anyway, let's now get here to the heart of the application, which is really this get advice function. So just like here in our React implementation, we start by getting the data, and then we update the service, or actually the advice, and the count values that we defined down here, right? So we're updating the count here and the advice right here. However, simply updating these two values will of course do nothing. So the user interface will not change by us updating these JavaScript values. While here in this React example, as soon as we update the advice and the count state, automatically React kept the user interface in sync with these two values. And so that's basically the big message that we got from the previous lecture, right? So that React and all these other front-end frameworks are really good at keeping the data automatically in sync with the user interface. And again, that's exactly what's happening here. All we care about here is to set the new data. That's all we do. React is the one who automatically takes care of updating the user interface without us having to do anything. But here, of course, in the vanilla JavaScript implementation, we need written inside of Java. I have them open. Now, to get a first feeling for how React keeps the user interface in sync with state, let's quickly compare the advice app that we built in the first section with a vanilla JavaScript implementation of the same application. So here I have them open side by side, and if you want to follow along, I actually added this vanilla javascript.html file right into the same code sandbox that we used to build this first advice app. So right here in the source folder, there's now this vanilla.js, or actually vanilla-.html file. And again, I will post the link to this code sandbox into this lecture. Alright, so in case you don't really remember what we did back here, you can always pause the video and just analyze this code here for a second for yourself. So what I want to do now, again, is to just quickly compare the React code that we wrote before with this vanilla JavaScript. Now, ironically, this vanilla JavaScript implementation is actually an HTML file. So I placed all the HTML file and then also the JavaScript right into one HTML file just to keep it all in the same place. But already this shows us the very first difference between the two philosophies. So here, everything is basically done in JavaScript. So even the JSX, so basically this kind of HTML here, is written inside of JavaScript. So JavaScript is taking care of everything. While here in the vanilla JavaScript, HTML is still in charge. So we have an HTML file, and that HTML file is then including the JavaScript into it. So it's basically the other way around, right? So right inside this HTML, we still have our same h1 here for the advice. The only difference is that it's empty, while here we include that advice state. Then we have the button and the paragraph for the message. Then inside of the script, so inside of the JavaScript part, we need to of course then manually select all of these 3 DOM elements. So I selected the advice element, the button, and also this one here for the count. And so for that, all of them needed to have this class. While here, well, we don't need any of that. There's no class here in any of these elements, and also we are nowhere manually selecting them, right? So then next we have this get advice function, which we will get to in a minute. And then we still basically have 2 pieces, which we can call like state. So we have a count value, which starts at 0, and an advice. So these are exactly the same as here, these states. Then finally, in the end, we also attach an event listener. So this get advice function right here. So we attach that to the button that we selected here manually before. While here in the JSX, we do it using this onClick attribute right here. So right off the bat, you see immediately that we need to do a lot of things manually over here that here happen more automatically. And again, that here it is really JavaScript that is in charge of everything, while here it is still the HTML. But anyway, let's now get here to the heart of the application, which is really this get advice function. So just like here in our React implementation, we start by getting the data, and then we update the service, or actually the advice, and the count values that we defined down here, right? So we're updating the count here and the advice right here. However, simply updating these 2 values will of course do nothing. So the user interface will not change by us updating these JavaScript values. While here, in this React example, as soon as we update the advice and the count state, automatically React kept the user interface in sync with these 2 values. And so that's basically the big message that we got from the previous lecture, right? So that React and all these other front-end frameworks are really good at keeping the data automatically in sync with the user interface. And again, that's exactly what's happening here. All we care about here is to set the new data, and that's all we do. React is the one who automatically takes care of updating the user interface without us having to do anything. But here, of course, in the vanilla JavaScript implementation, we need to manually do that. So we need to manually keep the data in sync with the UI. So we have the data here, and then we use that data to update the DOM manually. So we come here to our count element and the advice element that we also manually selected previously, and we change their text content property, which is just normal DOM manipulation. So then here we set this one to the count variable, and this one to the advice variable. And this really is a fundamental difference and a fundamental shift in how we build front-end applications. Now, you might argue that in this very small example, doing this is not a lot of work, and maybe it might not even be necessary to learn React. And I would agree with you that we would, of course, not need React to build something really small and simple, such as this. But as soon as we get just a little bit bigger than this, it starts kind of getting out of control. So we would have to select tons of elements, and we would really need to create a lot of extra code that with React we don't have to, again, because it automatically takes care of keeping the data in sync with the user interface. That's really the main thing that I want you to keep in mind from this lecture and from the previous one. So of course, feel free to analyze all the differences that exist here in this code, because just with this, you can really see the 2 different philosophies at work. I'm not going to go even deeper into this at this point, but it would be pretty interesting if you take a few minutes and really compare what's going on this side here and on the React implementation. And so once you're done doing that, it's now time to finally learn what React actually is in a bit more detail. So hopefully I see you right in the next lecture soon. So now that we know why we need a JavaScript framework in the first place, let's start by learning about the most popular framework out there, React. So in this lecture, we will get a high-level overview of what React actually is and how it works. So it's going to be a full-packed but super interesting lecture, so let's quickly get started. So, according to the official React documentation, React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Now that's something, but it really isn't that helpful, is it? So let's extend this definition by a bit so that it becomes more helpful, or should I say, a little bit more crazy, like this. So now, in this slightly modified definition, React is an extremely popular, declarative, component-based, state-driven JavaScript library for building user interfaces, created by Facebook. And this is actually a lot more helpful, because now we can deconstruct this definition and learn about what React actually is step by step. So starting with component-based design, React is all about components, such as buttons, input fields, search bars, and so on. So components are the building blocks of user interfaces in React. And in fact, basically all React does is to take components and draw them on a web page. That's it. And so we build complex UIs in React by building multiple components and then combining these components like Lego pieces. For example, to create a complex application like Airbnb. So here we have exactly the same components that we saw earlier, but all combined into a complex UI. So the nav bar, the search bar, the results panel, and the map. Now another thing that we do with components is to reuse them. For example, here in the results panel, there are multiple listings that look quite similar. And so we can create a listing component and then reuse it 3 times here, simply adjusting the data a little bit. Now, since we build complex UIs by combining multiple components, each component must have all the information about what it looks like, right? So in order to describe what each component looks like and how it works, we use a special declarative syntax called JSX. And declarative simply means that we tell React what a component and ultimately the entire UI should look like based on the current state. So React is basically a huge abstraction away from the DOM, so that we never have to work with the DOM directly as we would. with vanilla JavaScript. So we simply tell React what we want to happen when some data changes, but not how to do it. And again, we do that using JSX. So JSX is basically a syntax that combines parts of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and it even allows us to reference other React components. And the declarative nature of React is an essential concept that, of course, we will really dive into later. But now you might wonder, if we never touch the DOM, then how does React update the UI? Well, that's where the concept of state comes into play. So remember that the main goal of React is to always keep the UI in sync with data. And from now on, that's actually called the data state. For example, an array of apartments on Airbnb. So based on our initial state, React will render a user interface using the components that we wrote using JSX. Then, based on some event like a button click, the state might change. For example, more data about apartments might be loaded from an API. And so here comes the interesting part. Whenever the state changes, we manually update the state in our app, and React will then automatically re-render the user interface to reflect that latest state. Or, in other words, React reacts to state changes by re-rendering the UI. And that is, in fact, the whole reason why React is called React in the first place. Now, there's always been some debate over whether React is actually a framework or just a library. Well, the short answer is that React is actually just a library, even though I keep calling it a framework. And the reason for that is that React itself is really only the so-called view layer. So if we want to build a complete real-world application, we need to choose multiple external libraries to add to our project, for example, for routing or for data fetching. Now, to address this, there are actually multiple frameworks that have been built on top of React. So frameworks that include all these functionalities that React is missing out of the box. And the most popular ones are called Next.js and Remix. But again, more about all that later in the course. Now, moving on, besides all the great features that we've been talking about, maybe the biggest reason to choose React over all the other frameworks that are similar is because React is extremely popular. So according to the weekly download numbers from NPM, React is by far the most used framework, and the difference between React and the other ones only seems to be growing. So React really isn't going anywhere. A big reason for that is that many large companies have adopted React a long time ago, and so now more and more smaller companies all over the world are following in their footsteps. This means that all these companies now need React developers for their teams, which of course has created a huge worldwide job market with a high demand for qualified React developers. And these are not just any jobs, they are usually well-paying jobs. Now, even another positive outcome of React's huge popularity is that now there is a very large and active React developer community, which means that there are always going to be lots of tutorials, Stack Overflow questions and answers, and also lots of support given to other React developers. And if you ask me, this is actually one of the strongest benefits of using React right now. Also because this huge community has grown a truly gigantic third-party library ecosystem around React. And so now you can integrate countless useful libraries and tools into your own React applications. And now our last topic is that React was created by Facebook. Well, more specifically, React was created in 2011 by Jordan Walk, who is an engineer who was working at Facebook at the time. So that's why we say that React is backed by Facebook, or now by Meta. So there, React was first used on the newsfeed and also the chat app, and from there it spread out to the entire Facebook and also the Instagram applications. Then in 2013, React was open sourced for everyone to use, and the rest is history. Because React has truly and completely transformed front-end web development, not only by developers that are using React itself, but because many other modern frameworks were created as a response, which really changed the industry forever. Okay, so to summarize, React is really good at two things. First, rendering components on a web page as a user interface based on their current state. And second, React is really good at keeping the user interface in sync with state by re-rendering, or in other words, by reacting when the state of one of the components changes. And as you will see later, React does all this by employing something called the virtual DOM, a fiber tree, one-way data flow, and many other techniques that you will study throughout this course. Alright, and so now that you have a rough overview of what React actually is, let's set up our development environment so that we can start writing some serious code finally. Using React itself, but because many... Okay, so to summarize, React is really good at two things. First, rendering components on a web page as a user interface based on their current state. And second, React is really good at keeping the user interface in sync with state by re-rendering, or in other words, by reacting when the state of one of the components changes. And as you will see later, React does all this by employing something called the virtual DOM, a fiber tree, one-way data flow, and many other techniques that you will study throughout this course. Alright, and so now that you have a rough overview of what React actually is, let's set up our development environment so that we can start writing some serious code finally. Now, before we start coding and learn all about React, let's quickly set up our development environment in this lecture. Now, since you're taking this course, I'm assuming that you already did some coding before, and therefore you already have some code editor installed on your computer. And if that code editor is VS Code, then comp22 or whatever, because for on OK. So that's this one down here. So again, if you want your editor to look just like mine, then just go ahead and installs. Then another extension that we really need, first one is ESLint, which is a code linter. So basically a program that will automatically find errors in your code or find some bad. Practices that we're violating. And maybe you've already used this linter before, but if not, really make sure to download it. It's really popular with over 25 million installs. And another extension that we really need is Prettier, because Prettier will automatically format our code. For example, to remove empty. lines and stuff like that. And this is really important for you to follow this course because it will make your code look exactly the same as my code in the videos. So that will help you find any bugs that you might have created. So please go ahead and download this extension here. And if we need any more extensions throughout the course, we will then just install them as we go. Now, about the code that I'm using here is called one monotype. So that's this one down here. So again, if you want your editor to look just like mine. then let's go ahead, download it here, and then set the color theme. You can also do that down here. Alright, now besides this overall color theme, I also use a theme for the file icons in the file tree, and so that one's called material icons, and so make sure to download this one as well, and then set this file icon theme, which again you can also do it down here. Alright, so just to tweak the appearance of our VS Code a little bit, and of course you can go ahead and install as many extensions as you'd like. I will now move on to set some settings. So that's very important as well. And the first one is the auto save setting. So you can just search that here, and probably this is already the default, but I'm not really sure. So just make sure to set auto save to unfocus change, which will ensure that your code gets saved each time that you go to a different tab or to a different window. Next time we need to now set the trigger extension that we installed as our default for emitter. So that's this setting right here. Make sure to set it here to trigger code pointer. So otherwise, sometimes VS Code doesn't know how to activate trigger. And then also we want to tell VS Code to do this formatting on save, auto save to on is the auto save setting. So you can just search that here, and probably this is already the default, but I'm not really sure. Okay? And so that one's called material icons. And so make sure to download this one as well, and then set this file icon theme. But again, and also do it down here. Alright, so with this we tweak the appearance of our VS Code a little bit. And of course you can go ahead and install as many extensions as you like, but I will now move on to set some settings. So that's very important as well. And the first one is the auto save setting. So you can just search that here, and probably this is already the default, but I'm not really sure. So just make sure to set auto save to unfocus change, which will ensure that your code gets saved each time. And we need to go to a different tab or to a different window. Next time we need to now set the trigger extension that we installed as our default for matter. So that's this setting right here. So make sure set it here to trigger code pointer. So otherwise, sometimes VS Code doesn't know how to activate trigger. Matter. So that's this setting right here. Make sure to set it here to trigger code pointer. So otherwise, sometimes set it here to trigger code pointer. So otherwise, so that's this setting right. Here, make sure to set it here to trigger code pointer. So otherwise, sometimes VS Code doesn't know how to activate trigger. And then also, we want to tell VS Code to do this formatting on save. So let's search for the same format on save, and then let's simply turn this on right here. Then about ESLint, we can set the ESLint run setting here and set it to on save. So basically, by default, ESLint will run each time that you type a new character, which might be a bit too much. And so by setting this here, ESLint will only check a code each time that you save, which usually is more than enough. But of course, if you want, you can also leave the default, which is on type. Okay, so that's all the settings that you need. And next up, let's quickly make sure that you actually have Node.js installed now. And so for that, let's a new terminal, which I like to do using this shortcut that you should see up here on the screen. And then to check your node version, just type node-v, and to make sure again that your node version is at least version 18. If not, just go ahead and install it once again. Alright, and now to finish, let's just set up some snippets. So snippets are basically some pieces of predefined code that we can use to greatly speed up development. So I actually prepared a file of 3 snippets that we're going to use a lot, and they are here in these starter files that we downloaded from GitHub right in the first section. So make sure to open it up, and this file is right here in the very first folder called setup. So let's open this file here, for example by dragging and dropping it here onto this VS Code icon, but if for some reason that doesn't work for you, you can of course always just open it here the normal way. Right, then just select everything and copy it. So copy this entire code, and then come down here to user snippets. Alright, and then it might be that you already have some snippets file, and so in that case you can just open among them, but if not, just go ahead and create a new snippets file by clicking here on this option. So I'll just use this one that I already have. So let's just pretend that it's empty, so I'll just empty it out, and then I'll copy paste that code from here to here. So we have here our 3 snippets. This one is to easily create a console.log, this one is to create a React functional component, that's what this RHEL stands for, and this one is for React style component. We will see what these do later. So for example, this first one here, to just print to console, will be activated each time we type CL in a JavaScript, a TypeScript, or a React file, and will then replace that CL with this console.log, and we'll also then place the cursor between these parentheses, which is going to be really useful. So this is really powerful stuff, and again we'll come back to these other two and use them later. That's what this RHEL is, that code from. So I'll just use this one that I already have. Let's just pretend that's empty, so I'll just empty it out. Alright, and then it might function. So make sure to open it up, and this file is right here in the very first folder. Folder called setup. So let's open this file here, for example by dragging and dropping it here onto this VS Code icon, but if for some reason that doesn't work for you, you can of course always just open it here the normal way. Right, then just select everything and copy it. So copy this entire code, and then come down here to user snippets. Alright, and then it might be that you already have some snippets. File, and so in that case you can just open one of them, but if not, just go ahead and create a new snippets file by clicking here on this option. So I'll just use this one that I already have, and let's just pretend that it's empty, so I'll just empty it out, and then I'll copy paste that code from here, for example by dragging and dropping it here onto this VS Code icon, but if for some reason that doesn't work for you, you can of course always just open it here the normal way. Right, then just select everything and copy it, so copy this entire code, and then come down here to user snippets. Alright, and then it might be that you already have some snippets file, and so in that case you can just open among them, but if not, just go ahead and create a new snippets file by clicking here on this option. So I'll just use this one that I already have, and let's just pretend that it's empty. So I'll just empty it out, and then we'll copy paste that code from here to here. So we have here our 3 snippets. This one is to easily create a console.log, this one is to create a React functional component, that's what this RHEL stands for, and this one is for React style component. We will see what these do later. So for example, this first one here, to just print to the console, will be activated each time we type CL in a JavaScript, a TypeScript, or a React file, and it will then replace that CL with this console.log, and we'll also then place the cursor between these parentheses, which is going to be really useful. So this is really powerful stuff, and again we'll come back to these other two and use them later. Okay, and with this we're actually done. So we're all set up to now move on to finally start learning React and to start writing our own code. So hopefully I see you soon in the next lecture. Now just for fun, I want to show you how we can write React code without any modern tooling and any build step. So right inside the regular HTML file. So this is a file called Pure React. It will show you why the tools that we'll talk about next are so helpful. So to start, let's create our very first project folder, which I'm doing right here on the desktop, where I also have the GitHub files that we downloaded in the first section, of course. Of course, you can do this anywhere you want. I'm simply going to call this first one 01 Pure React. Alright, and now all we have to do is open up this folder as project folder in VS Code. And one way of doing that is to drag and drop this folder onto the VS Code icon down here, or of course you can open up the project folder here from this menu, or simply here. So here, open folder. So right now we have an empty folder, so let's create index.html. And to scaffold an empty HTML structure, VS Code we can simply write the exclamation mark, enter, and then we have an empty HTML structure. So let's give the title, hello, React, and here in body, all I will do for now is create a div with the ID of root. And it could be any ID, of course, but root is the standard for React, and we'll place nothing in here. We'll give it a save, and then you'll notice how pretty automatically forms the code as I saved it. Okay, so let's now add React to this file, and the way we do that when we write pure React is by simply including the React library as a script. Now to get the URL of those scripts, we can actually check out React's official documentation. So to do that, let's head over to our browser and then check out react.dev. So that's the official React website, and we will explore it a little bit in a future video, but for now, let's just come here to this learn part, and then right here, let's select installation. So right on this page, then you'll find this small part here which says try React locally. And then here, let's click on this link here that says download this HTML page. Now, if for some reason that link here doesn't exist anymore in the future, then you can just try to write these two things here by hand, because it's these two scripts that we're now going to add to our HTML file. Okay, so let's move back to VS Code and paste them right here. And with this, we have actually included React into this, let's say, project. Now again, usually when we write React, we do not do this, but instead we use a modern build tool such as the ones that we're going to talk about next. Now we're doing it the pure way, just so you see why we actually need those tools. Now in case you're wondering why we have two libraries here, it's because this first one here is basically the core React library. This one is the one that works with components, state, and really all React stuff. So this is basically the interface of how to interact with React. And this other one here, so React DOM, is basically the rendering layer which can render React components into the DOM. And so since we want to render in browser, we need to use React DOM. But React can actually be rendered in other environments, for example, as native applications using React Native. But anyway, let's now create our very first component. And of course, that also needs to happen inside a script, because that is also JavaScript. So after these two scripts here, where we include the React library, let's open up another script. And then in there, we can create a function, and I will call it app, just like this. So remember from the very first app that we built that React is based on components. And the component is basically just a function that starts with an uppercase like this. And so now from this function here, we can return whatever we want to see on the UI. Now in the first application that we built, we returned some JSX code. Remember that? However, that is not going to work here because, well, we don't have the tooling that can convert JSX back to JavaScript. And so here, we need to use the create element function. So let's do return React.create element, and then simply the name of the HTML element. So let's say we want a header. So this React object here is the one that's coming from this script right here. So this script will give us this React object, and so from there we can then use this create elements method. And if all this is really confusing to you right now, then please don't worry. So again, the goal here is really not for you to understand React at this point. We're just doing some experiments and just getting a first look at React here. We're not really learning it yet, alright? So I'm really just trying to demonstrate here how we write pure React without the tool. But anyway, let's now actually go back to the folder here and open index.html in Google Chrome just to see what happens. And so let's inspect and close down this. We'll make it just a bit bigger here for you. And so this is just to show you that right now actually nothing happened. So we still only have this root div and of course our scripts. So the reason why that header that we created is not here yet is because we didn't tell React to actually render it onto the page. So basically place that header into the DOM. So let's now go back and do that. And we do this here right at the very end, so after the component. So let's create a so-called root. And so here now we need that React DOM library that I mentioned before. So this one here. So from React DOM we now do create root. And now we simply need to select this div element right here. So this div here, this element will become the root of our application, which means that the application will be rendered inside of this element, so basically right here. So let's simply select that with document.getElements by ID, which is just normal DOM manipulation, or in this case, just normal selecting elements using DOM methods. So we created our root, and now we can do root.render, and then again React.createElement app. So here's where our app component comes into play. So we render basically creating a new element out of this app component. And once again, please don't memorize any of this. Alright, this is just to show you. So if you wanted, you didn't even have to write this code. It would be perfectly fine just watching me. But still, I think it's probably a good idea to just start typing a bit of code. But anyway, when I reload this now, we should see a header element here. So remember, it's inside this root. And yeah, there it is. Now it's empty because we didn't actually place any content in it, but React did render this header right here. So this header element inside our DOM. So let's now actually add something in there. Now the way this works is a bit confusing. So this create element function does not only accept the name of the HTML element, but also so-called props, which in this case are null, and then as a third argument, the children of this element. And in this case, let's just write as a string. Let's just do hello React. Give it a save. Let's go back. And yeah, there we go. Beautiful. So now this hello React is basically a child node of this header node right here. So let's go back. And as I mentioned before, we used JSX to write this, and then we wouldn't have to write this weird thing right here. We would just write it as HTML basically, but that doesn't work here. So that's one reason why we do not write pure React like this in a real development environment. But anyway, right here in this function, we can of course just write any normal JavaScript logic. So let's for example create a string of the current time. So that's new date, and of course this has nothing to do with React. To local time string. And then let's add that here into the string, and we can just use a template literal for that. And in case you're not familiar with that for some reason, there is the next section in which I will explain all the essential JavaScript that we need for React. Alright, but here let's just place now this time. Let's say it's at whatever time is right now. Let's go back, and you see that we always have to manually reload the page. And of course that also will disappear as soon as we start using some modern tool. But anyway, here now we have our time, and the last small thing in this application what I want to do is to now update this every second with a new time, which then basically will make this function as a clock. So let's go back and let's do that. And for that we need concept of state. So maybe you remember from the first app that we built that state is necessary whenever we want to update something on the screen. But of course we will go really deep into what state is and how it works a bit later in the course. So now let's just create a new piece of state, and then we don't need this anymore actually. So let's say const, and again calling time, and then set time, which is a function with which we can update that time state. So then we need to say react.useState, and again the React object is that big object that we got here from the script. Then here we need to set default value. So that's then going to be this. Let's place that here, give it a save, and if we update now, it will look just exactly the same. So there's no updating yet. So it of course it reflects the current time now. Okay, so let's go back and basically have it update every second. So for that we need something called an effect. So react.useEffect, and we also did that in the first app. And now in here, inside this effect, we will simply use the JavaScript set interval function. So this is not a React function, but it's simply a JavaScript function that we're going to use to set up a timer that every second will update this time state here.
So set interval also needs a function.
And we could use arrow functions here to make it a bit shorter, but never mind. So this function should run every 1000 milliseconds, so once a second. And what should happen each time, so each time that this function here will be executed, is that the time should be set. So set time, and then again this, because this will then always be the new current time. So paste that here. And now finally here we need to define this empty array. And this will all make sense once we start learning about effects. But for now, just copy code like this. And this should now already work. So let's check it out. Of course, we need to again manually update. And yeah, beautiful. So we have a working clock that we coded only with React. You see down here that the DOM is actually updated in this place once every second. And so that's the work of React. Nice. Now, this, of course, is all very bare bones. And yeah, as I said, this is really, really not how we use React in the real world. So we have no modules here, we have no way of converting JSX, we have no HTTP server which automatically reloads the application, and so on. But again, I still believe that it was quite useful to shortly explore this pure React in this lecture. But of course, now it's time to move on to a more robust and real-world setup. Now, since we are in the first look at React section, let's just take a quick look at React's official documentation that we first opened in the previous lecture. So the official React documentation is at react.dev. And so if you want, you can check out here their landing page and basically get a nice introduction to React. But what we are mostly interested in is here this learn part and the reference part. So here in learn, you have basically some stuff about getting started and some things about installation, but you will not really need this for now because we will talk about how to set up a React project over the next few lectures. Then down here, you have the section about learning React, so where they basically teach you the very fundamentals of React. Now, since you are watching a React course, that's not going to be super helpful for you, but a few pages that might become helpful are here in the section of escape patches. So not for now, but really for later. So this page here is really great once we start learning about effects, and the same thing about this page here as well. So I really like these two, and I advise you to read them once we reach the advanced part of use effect. So while you're going through the course, I think this is all you might need about this learn section. So we're more interested in here in this reference section. And so here, basically, they explain you every single method or every single function that exists inside React. So for example, the first React hook that we're going to learn. In depth is this one here of use state. And so if you then want to learn even more about it or see maybe some other examples that I didn't talk about in the lecture, you can come here to this corresponding page about this use state hook, for example, and then you can read all about what they have to tell you here. Or maybe at some point I will mention the use layout effect function that we will not really go in depth into the course. But then if you want to really learn what this means, you can click here and learn about it. Alright? So you can keep this React documentation open at all times while you're learning. That's actually a good idea because a good developer always knows where to find all the information that they need. And in many cases, that's right in the official documentation. Okay, and that's all for this lecture. And so now let's move on to actually learning about how to set up a real-world React project. So as we just learned, in the real world, we don't just write React apps in a single JavaScript file without any tooling. So let's now learn about the options that we have to set up a brand new React project. And for now, the two most important options are the Create React App tool or a build tool called Vite. So first, Create React App is basically a complete starter kit for React applications that was developed many years ago in order to make it really easy for developers to scaffold new React apps. And what's really nice about this is that all the common development tools are already pre-configured out of the box specifically for React. So an app created with Create React App automatically comes with a development server, Webpack for module bundling, and of course important developer tools which include a linter like ESLint, a code formatter like Prettier, a testing library like Jest, and of course Babel for enabling the latest JavaScript features. Now this all sounds great, but the problem with Create React App is that, as I said in the beginning, it was developed many years ago, and so it uses some slow and kind of outdated technologies under the hood, and in particular the Webpack bundler. So the team behind Create React App has really stopped innovating, and therefore right now the recommendation is to not use Create React App for real-world projects anymore. It is, however, still a perfectly fine way to get started quickly with a new React app for tutorials, courses, or simple experiments. And so therefore we will actually use Create React App for most of the course. So for all the small learning projects that we're going to build together. So you might have read all the articles saying that Create React App is dead and that you should never use it again. But that's only true for building real apps. Again, for learning, it's still 100% fine, because you will not encounter the problems that the large-scale apps will face, like slow refresh times. Now, if you do want to build real-world applications with React, as we will do by the end of the course, then Vite is the perfect choice. Now, Vite is actually quite different from Create React App, as it's basically simply a modern build tool, so a bit like a modern Webpack, but which happens to also contain a starter template for setting up brand new React applications. However, in a React app created with Vite, you will have to manually set up many important developer tools, such as ESLint, Prettier, a testing library, and so on. And the most annoying and painful of those is setting up ESLint to play nice with React. So that can be a bit of work, and it can go wrong. And so this is the reason why I still recommend using Create React App for tutorials when we just want to get up and running as quickly as possible. Now, if we have all this additional work to set up our tools, then why even use Vite in the first place? Well, the reason is that it's just extremely fast to automatically refresh the page when the code changes, which is what we call hot module replacement. Also, bundling is extremely fast too, which for large-scale applications can really make a difference, because when you have to wait 1 or 2 seconds for each page refresh, it can become really, really annoying over time. But with Vite, the page will update almost instantly each time that we save our code and want to see the changes on the screen. So, in summary, we will use Create React App for most small apps in this course, and then move to Vite for the last 2 or 3 projects to make them a bit more real-world and more modern as well. Now, if you have spent any time looking at the React documentation, you might have read that the React team now advises developers to use a so-called React framework like Next.js or Remix to build new projects. So, in fact, we have even more options to set up a new React project than the ones that we just talked about. Now, we're going to talk about what React frameworks are throughout the course, but for now, all you need to know is that a framework like Next.js contains solutions for things like routing, data fetching, and server-side rendering, so things that React itself does not provide easily out of the box. So, essentially, a React framework is a framework built on top of the React library, and which is going to make it even easier to build applications than with just vanilla React itself. And this sounds great, right? Well, yeah, it kind of does, but only for some applications. However, many people, and that include me, think that telling developers to always immediately go for a React framework is not the best idea and not always necessary. Vanilla React apps, so apps built only using React, still have a very important place too, and so forcing this opinion on everyone seems kind of strange. But again, we will discuss this later on. Now, in any case, this advice only makes sense for building actual production-ready products, but not for learning React, which is, of course, what we are trying to do in this course. So even if at some point you want to learn Next.js as well, of course, you still need to learn React itself first. So all this is to say that you should not worry about this recommendation for now. For now, let's just learn React and set up new projects with Create React App first, and then with Vite in the bigger projects. And with all this being said, let's now actually go create our very first real React application. Welcome back. So now that we know you want to use Create React App for small course projects, let's actually set up our very first project now with the Create React App tool. Now, Create React App is a command line interface tool, and so now we need actually a terminal or a command prompt as it's called on Windows. So if you're on Windows, go ahead and open up your command prompt, and if you're on a Mac, then open up your terminal. Okay, let's make this a bit bigger. And there's not a lot of things that you need to know about the terminal. So all you need to know is that in the terminal, or also in command prompt, which I'm just going to use interchangeably, you're always in a folder. And that folder is usually displayed here in the command prompt. Now this command prompt here, so this thing probably looks very different for you than it looks for me, but that's just because I have this kind of extension here installed. So for you it's probably just all black, and most likely you'll see the folder that you're currently in here. So I'm currently in this folder, which is basically just the home folder. And you can see the contents of the folder by writing ls on the Mac, and on Windows the same thing is dir, which stands for directory. So again, with this you can see the contents of the current directory. So what I want to do now is to navigate to another directory, which is where I ultimately want to run the Create React App tool. So for me that's the desktop again, and so I can write cd, and then the name of the folder, and hit enter. And this command is actually the exact same on Windows. That's also cd, and so make sure that you navigate to the folder in which you want to create the new project. So again, for me that's on the desktop, and just to make sure these are the two folders that are on my desktop, which are exactly these two, right? Now later on, we will actually use the terminal that is integrated into VS Code, for example, to start and stop the application. But to create an application, we will always be using this terminal here, because the terminal that's in VS Code is usually tied to the project folder itself. But here we don't have the project folder yet. Instead, we will now create it using Create React App. Once you're in the folder where you want to create the new project, type npx, and then create-react app, and then the name of the app that you want to build. Now in our case, that's going to be pizza-menu, because this is our very first project we're going to build in this course. In the next section. However, we're not really ready to run this yet, because I want you to actually use the version 5 of Create React App. So please write this at and then 5 to log in version 5 of Create React App. And that's important because this tool will most likely change in the future, and then it might work in a slightly different way than the one that I'm showing you here. But in order not to run into any problems, let's just fix this on version 5 for the rest of the course. Then later, if you want to build your own projects outside of the course, you of course no longer need this. Then you will just run Create React App like this without the version number. But here, let's do it like this. So once you have it written like this, just hit enter, and this will then take a long time to download. Well, actually first, it asks me if I want to proceed, so just type Y, and then enter or return. And so yeah, now it's starting to download like thousands of packages, which will take a lot of time. But you see it already created the folder with the name of the app that is specified here, pizza menu. go ahead and pause the video right now, and I will be back here once downloading all these packages has finished. Okay, and it's done installing all the packages, and so now we can actually close up this terminal or the command prompt. Now before I open up this folder here, important because this tool will most likely change in the future. Optionally, you can also just open a new VS Code window and then open up the project folder right here. But anyway, let's now explore the file structure that has been created for us by Create React App. And we can already see that this is actually just a regular NPM project that we could also have manually created using the npm init command. So we have a package.json file here which contains the name of the app, the version, the dependencies, and also the npm scripts. Right, and we also have the node modules folder, which is where all the npm packages have been installed. You can see that there are hundreds, maybe thousands of them, but I'm just looking for the React ones here, and yeah, here they are. So here is the React package and the React DOM package. And remember that these two are exactly the ones that we also included into our file in the pure React lecture, right? But we did it back then using the script tag, and of course not using npm install, right? Now this whole concept here of the npm project, so this node modules and the package.json is a bit strange for you, then don't worry, you don't really need to understand all that. But if you want, you can just try to read something on it or watch a video, or I also explain it all in my complete JavaScript course. But again, it's not really necessary. Just know that this is a very, very standard and basically all modern JavaScript projects that have a build tool associated. Okay? But anyway, let's now check out these other folders that have been created for us. Now, most of our development work, or basically all development, will happen here inside the source folder. So here we have a bunch of files where most of them we actually don't need, so we will get rid of them soon. But for now, let's just leave everything here as it is. And checking out the other folder, which is the public folder. And this is where basically all the assets that will end up in the final application go. So all the images, like the fav icon, and also the index.html file. If we open it up, we have a bunch of stuff here, and all these comments here which you can read if you want, but I just wanted to draw your attention to this div with the idea of root. So is that familiar to you? Yeah, we wrote exactly the same thing in the pure React lecture and used this as the root of our app. And so exactly the same convention has been used here by Create React App. So Create React App created this index.html file already for us, and then if we open index.js, you see that here it also selects that root element, the element with the ID of root, and then it creates the root using React DOM.create root, and then renders the app into it. So exactly like we did in the pure React lecture. But more about all this at the beginning of the next section when we actually start building this project. For now, I just want to explore the file structure here a little bit. Now, what I do want to say in this video is that all of these files and this entire file structure here has been created by Create React App in a way that its developers thought was best. But it could be all completely different. Like this index.html could be out here, or it could be inside here, or we could maybe have no folders at all, because React really doesn't care about any of that. And the proof for that is that in pure React lecture, we didn't need any of this, right? All we had was one index.html with some JavaScript in which we basically had this. So this part here is actual React, and it's this part which takes care of rendering this app component into the DOM. So this app component is here inside this app file, but we will open up all of these files and clean them up also, but once we start actually building the app. For now, I just want to explore this a little bit, and also I actually wanted to now start this app. So to start a Create React App, we can use this npm script right here. So this npm run start. So let's open up the terminal again, but as I said in the beginning, now we will actually use the integrated terminal that comes with VS Code. So for that, open up terminal right here. And now the big advantage here is that we are already automatically inside our project folder. So if we run ls here, or dir on Windows, then you'll see exactly the same files and folders that we have here in the sidebar. But anyway, now to start the project, all we need to do is to run npm run start, because this is how you run these commands right here. So you write npm run and then the name of one of these four in this case. We could also create our own, but we don't need to. Now in the case of the start command, we actually don't need to write run. And just type npm start, hit enter, and that will then start up our application and even open up a new browser tab. And there it is. So Create React App created a web server for us and made our application run here on localhost port 3000. Okay, now let's just one more time come back here and open up this app component. So this app component here is inside the app file. And so let's just take everything here, just very quickly type h1 hello React, give it a save, and then once we go back, it should automatically have updated. And indeed, it did. So this was one of the things that we were missing in the pure React lecture, but now here we are actually using a web server, so we get hot module replacement with that. Great, so congratulations, you just created your very first Create React App application. And with this, we actually reach the end of the first look at React section. Now the next section is a quick review of the essential JavaScript that you need for React, and so you can see if you need any of those lectures. But if not, let us move on right to the next section, where we will then start building this pizza menu that we started here to learn all the fundamentals of React. So hopefully I see you there very soon. React is a JavaScript library, and therefore you will need a good understanding of some essential JavaScript fundamentals. So if your JavaScript is a bit, now if you already know all these things, then please feel free to just view topics such as the is a bit rusty, then this section is for you. So we're going to review topics such as the structuring, the spread operator, template literals, ternaries, and asynchronous JavaScript with promises and a single wait. Now one of the things we do all the time in React is to work with immutable arrays, and so we will spend some time with the important array methods map, filter, reduce, and sort. Now if you already know all these things, then please feel free to just skip this entire section and move right to the next one. So let's start this JavaScript review. with the very important concept of destructuring. And as always, I'll start by creating a new folder here, which I'm simply calling JavaScript review, and then we need to get our starter files from the GitHub repo that we downloaded already in the beginning of the course. So let's select scripts.js here from the starter folder, and then let's paste that into the project folder that we just created. And now to open up this folder, I will simply drag and drop this folder onto the VS Code icon right here, which then sets it as the project folder. And alternatively, if that didn't work for some reason, you can of course always open up a project folder simply by clicking here on open. Right? But anyway, let's open up our script.js here, and as we see, it already contains some starter data. So we have this array here, which contains 5 book objects. So we have one object for each book, which has a title, a date, and so on, all the relevant stuff about books. And then also I created 2 functions down here. So this getBooks will basically simply return this data here, and then we have getBook by ID, which basically simply returns the book with the ID that we passed in here. Alright, so again, this lecture is about destructuring. And to start, let's create a variable called books. Which will simply be the result of calling getBooks. Now, in order to actually execute this code, we will now use a special extension for that, which is called Quokka. So just go ahead and download this extension, which will allow us to run some JavaScript code right inside of VS Code, so without us having to connect the script with some HTML file, for example. So very helpful. And then to start Quokka on this file, we can come to our command palette, which is down here, or simply you can use this keyboard shortcut. But you should actually memorize this because this command palette is really useful all the time. So to start Quokka now on this file, you just type Quokka and type it correctly, and then start. So then it is this one, so start on current file, hit enter, and you see that immediately it opens this panel down here, so in this output tab, and alt, which is down here, or simply you can use without us having to connect this script with some HTML file, for example. So very helpful. And then to start Quokka on this file, we can come to our command palette, which is down here, or simply you can use this keyboard shortcut. But you should actually memorize this because this command palette is really useful all the time. So to start Quokka now on this file, you just type Quokka and type it correctly, and then start. So then it is this one, so start on current file, hit enter, and you see that immediately it opens this panel down here. So in this and also it activated this tool here on the left side. And so now this code is actually already being executed, but to see anything, we can, for example, simply write now this variable, so this books that we already have, and it will immediately print it down here to this kind of console. It will show up here on the left side, so in this extension here in this tab, and also it shows right here inside this file. So this is actually really helpful, especially for smaller values. So when you have an object this kind of console, it will show up here on the left side, so in this extension here in this tab, and also it shows right here inside this file. So this is actually really helpful, especially for smaller values. So when you have an object, it's easier to check it out here in the sidebar. So here we can now see this entire array and all the objects that are in there. Okay, now with all this setup in place, let's actually quickly talk about destructuring. So destructuring is very, very useful all the time whenever we need to basically get some data out of an object or out of an array. So for example, let's say we needed the title and the author of a certain book, and to demonstrate this, let's actually use get book here with some ID, for example. So in this extension here in this tab, and also it shows right here inside this file. So this is the tab, and also it activated this tool here on the left side. And so now this code is actually already being executed, but to see anything, we can, for example, simply write now this variable, so this books that we already have, and it will immediately print it down here to this kind of console. It will will show up here on the left side, so in this extension here in this tab, and also it shows right here inside this file. So this is actually really helpful, especially for smaller values. So when you have an object, it's easier to pick it out here in the sidebar. So here you can now see this entire array and all the objects that are in there. Okay, now with all this setup in place, let's actually quickly talk about destructuring. So destructuring is very, very useful all the time whenever we need to basically get some data out of an object or out of an array. So for example, let's say we needed the title and the author of a certain book. And to demonstrate this, let's actually use get book here with an ID, book number ID2, also called here this book. Okay, and now again, we want to take the title out of this book object. So let's say we want to create a new variable called title, we could do book.title. Right? And now using the book extension, we can see that the title is the cyber or something like that. Right? And indeed, if we go here to the book with the ID2, then we get exactly that title. Right? And of course, we can take other data out of this. For example, let's say we wanted author as well. We would do book.author. And here, let's see that. Okay? And by the way, we can also simply do console.log, which will get a similar result. So again, this author here, but then we can do multiple at the same time, which can be a bit more helpful. Now, reading data from the book object like this can become a little bit cumbersome, especially when you have lots of properties that you need to take out. Then you would have to write one line of code for each of these properties. So that's really not ideal. That's why we have object destructuring. So with object destructuring, we can simply create these new variables all at once. So let's again say title and author. And right now, VS Code is complaining because we're already defining them up here, but never mind that for now. But then here, we simply specify the objects out of which we want to take the title and the author. And that's actually it. Let's commit out these two, and then we see that we get the exact same results down here. Now here, what's crucial is that we actually get these variable names here exactly the same name as the properties in the object. So if we had titles here, then that would not work. So you see that it would then be undefined here, and that's because there's no titles property in the book object. Okay, so really, really helpful all the time, especially whenever we get some data from an API, which is basically what we're simulating here with this get book function. This is of course not an asynchronous function, but it simulates that we're getting this book from some kind of API that's abstracted behind this function. And then once we get the data, usually as an object, we can then destructure all the properties out of there that we need. And actually, let's take out some more properties. Let's do pages, let's do the publication date, let's do the genres, I think that's what it's called, and then has movie adaptation. Alright, so again, let's just basically lock the book here, so that we can have it here on this left sidebar. And then here it is, we can easily see all the properties that are inside the book object. So these ones are the ones that I'm taking out now basically out of the book and storing them in their own variables. So there's no need to lock all of them here now. Okay, so this is how destructuring works in a nutshell for objects. There's actually some more stuff that we can do, I'll not go into that here. And instead, let's now move on to destructuring with arrays, which is pretty similar, but instead of relying on the property names, it simply relies on order of the elements in the array. So for example, let's walk with the genres array. So we'll just look at here, so that we can see what this array looks like. So this is the array that we're going to work with, and it has all these 5 genres that the book belongs to. But let's say that these genres right here are basically ordered by importance. So the primary genre is this one is the secondary one, and these other ones are not that important. So let's say that we wanted to create a variable called primary genre. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but that doesn't really matter. So we could do genres, and then taking out the first element, and then for the secondary genre, we could simply do this. Let's talk to the console, and here again, we're using that snippet that we defined in the previous section. Remember that? So primary genre and the secondary one, and so we get science fiction and humor. But again, this can be done in a better way using destructuring. So let's use destructuring. So we find some variables, and then here instead of the curly brackets for the object, we use these square brackets, which is how we define arrays. Now here, primary genre and secondary, and then simply equal genres. Give it a save, and then here we have the exact same result. So basically, the first variable that we define here is in this way in destructuring, we'll take the first element of the array and assign it to this variable. And then here, of course, the second one takes the second element of the array and assigns it to this variable. And of course, we could keep going, but here we are only interested in the primary and in the secondary genre. So take these two out of this array by using array destructuring. Now moving on, let's quickly learn about the rest and the spread operator. And let's go back here to this line of code where we did the destructuring in the previous lecture. So we took out the primary genre and the secondary genre out of this array. And now let's say that we also want to get all the other genres, so the ones that are not the first and the second one, into another array. Basically into an array containing all the other genres. And for that we can use the rest operator. So here we can simply write dot 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 and then give it any name that we want. So let's say other genres, and this will automatically create an array which contains all the values that we haven't previously destructured. So let's look at here. And indeed, here it is. So we took out science fiction and humor, which remember is the first and second one, and then we get an array with the third, the fourth, and the last one. So exactly what we wanted. And of course, if here we didn't have this one, then this other genres would also contain the secondary genre. So then all the primary genre would be right here. So this one, and then the other genres would be all the other ones. Now this is not what we want, so let's put it back. Now just one important thing about this is that we can only place this here in the end of the destructuring operation. So placing this like here wouldn't make a lot of sense. So this immediately gives us here an error saying the rest element must be less in the destructuring pattern. Okay, so let's again go back. And that's actually it for the rest operator. Now what's a bit confusing about this is that the same syntax, so the 3 dots, is also used for the spread operator, which is a bit more common than the rest operator. So the spread operator, we use it actually all the time. It's really important and very common. And just like destructuring, we can also use it both on arrays and objects. And let's start to look here at arrays first. So let's say that we want to create a new array with all the genres, but add a new one to the end. So how could we do that? So let's say new genres. So we want a new array, as we said, right, containing all the current genres and then another one at the end. So we could try to just add genres here, and then let's say epic fantasy. So let's see what that would get us. But immediately we see that this is not exactly what we wanted, because we now have an array which contains, of course, the epic fantasy, but then also another array. So we simply have the entire genres array and then the genre that we want to add. But this is not what we want. We want one array which contains all of these values here individually. So all these 6 genres one by one, and not one array which contains 5 genres and then simply the other genre in the end. So what we can do is to use the spread operator. So the spread operator, as I said, has the same syntax. So we just simply write this here, and what we'll do is to basically take all the values out of the array and place them here one by one. So you can imagine as if this would be converted into simply writing these genres here one by one. So taking them out of the array, placing them here. And so since we're building a new array here, we will then get this new array which contains all these individual values and at the end epic fantasy. Alright, so this is really, really helpful, and of course we can also place it at the end, and then epic fantasy will simply be at the beginning of the array. So just like this. Great. So this is how the spread operator works with arrays. But now let's move on to objects, where the spread operator is even more important because it allows us to add new properties and also to update existing ones. So let's create a variable called updated book. And let's say that now we want to create a new object based on the current book, but which has a new property. And that new property, for example, can be the movie publication date. So we already have the publication date property here, and we also have a movie adaptation. And so we can now also create a property which has when the movie was actually published. Now this book here doesn't actually have a movie, but that's not really important. It doesn't really matter. We're just learning how to do this. So let's try to create this updated book object just like we did before by using the current book object and then adding a property here saying movie publication date. And let's use this date. And this is actually the publication of the movie of the first Lord of the Rings book, which I think is book number 1. So let's just make this right. Let's get the book number 1 here. So you see immediately everything updates here. All these loggings that we have, all these genres here, of course. But what we're interested in here is the updated book, right? And again, to inspect this, let's open up here the sidebar. And just like before, this is really not what we wanted. So inside this book, we now have another book property, which contains the book itself, plus this new movie publication date property. So this is not what we want. Instead, we want one big object, which contains all of this and this new property. And so the solution, just like before, is to simply spread out all the properties of this but that demanded for some reason that this is wrong, and so we can simply overwrite that here. So let's say the number of pages is actually 1210. So if we inspect that again, then we see that now it is actually 1210. And the reason that works is because, as I mentioned at the beginning, this syntax here basically takes all the elements, so all the properties of the object into this new object, and it of course will contain the original pages property. So then we have two pages properties, and then the second one, so this last one, will overwrite the first one. So if we place this one first, which is perfectly valid, then you'll see that it goes back to 1216, because then the pages property coming from right here is less, and will therefore then overwrite this one. So whenever we want to do this, the spread out original object needs to be first. So let's write out what we did here, getting a new property, and then overriding an existing property. And I'm focusing so much here on this because this is going to be really, really important when we work with React, because when we want to update objects in state, which we'll learn later what that is, we will, as I mentioned at the beginning, this syntax here basically is simply inside the updated book object. Great. So this is how we add new properties to an object using the spread operator, but as I said in the beginning, we can also use it to basically update properties. So by simply overriding them. So we see that before is to simply spread out all the properties of this book object into the new object. And immediately you see how it updated here. And now everything is simply inside the updated book object. Great. So this is how we add new properties to an object using the spread operator. But as I said in the beginning, we can also use it to basically update properties. So by simply overriding them. So we see that we have this pages property, but let's imagine for some reason that it is wrong. And so we can simply overwrite that here. So let's say the number of pages is actually 1210. So if we inspect that again, then you see that now it is actually 1210. And the reason that works is because, as I mentioned at the beginning, this syntax here basically takes all the elements, so all the properties of the object into this new object, and it of course will contain the original pages property. So then we have two pages properties, and so then the second one, so this last one, will overwrite the first one. So if we place this one first, which is perfectly valid, then you will see that it goes back to 1216, because then the pages property coming from right here is the last, and will therefore then overwrite this one. So whenever we want to do this, the spread out original object needs to be first. So just writing out what we did here, getting a new property, and then overriding an existing property. And I'm focusing so much here on this because this is going to be really, really important when we work with React, because when we want to update objects in state, which you will learn later what it is, we will need to use this technique. And we will also talk about this a bit later again in this section. But for now, just keep in mind that when we want to create a new object and then add new properties to it or override existing ones, this is how we do it. So we use the spread operator. And the same is true for arrays. So very, very important. So it's fundamental that you know this as we go through the course. In this lecture, let's review template literals. So template literals are an ES6 JavaScript feature which allows us to very easily create strings that contain some JavaScript variables, or actually that contains any JavaScript expression inside of a string. Let's illustrate that by using some of these variables that we have created here in the beginning. Let's illustrate that by using some of these variables that we have created here in the beginning. So like some of these here of this book, in order to create a summary string of the book. So creating a string that contains a summary of the current book object. So let's create summary, and here is where we'll have our string. Now usually strings in JavaScript are defined with normal quotes, like this, or with double quotes, right? However, template literals are with these backticks, and if we're using an English keyboard, they are just above the tab. The on the left side on the keyboard. So these backticks indicate to JavaScript that this is a template literal. So now let's just write anything here, and now we'll immediately write it out here again, so that Walker can display the results of this variable here. And so for now we see that this is still a normal string, as if it had been defined with normal quotes. But now let's actually add some JavaScript expression in here. So for that we use the dollar sign and then curly braces. So let's say title of the book, and indeed this title right here, or in fact any JavaScript that is in here inside of this block, is then replaced in string with the value that this block basically returns, so the value that is created here. And the title is of course Lord of the Rings, and so then in string we see Lord of the Rings is a book. So let's try something else here. As I was saying, any JavaScript expression works here. So we can do +4, or really whatever we want. We can call functions here, and really anything that is an expression, anything that immediately produces a value can be placed here inside this block. Right, now let's create a little bit more of a nice looking string here. So let's say the Lord of the Rings is a book with a certain number of pages. So here we can use the pages variable, which remember we took out the books object using this structure. So now you start seeing why it's so helpful. Otherwise you would have to write book title and your book pages and so on. All these variables that we're going to be using. So it's a 116 page long book. Was written by, now it's the author here. And again we took that one out using structuring and published in. And so let's just take out here. So this is again to show you that we can write any JavaScript expression here inside these curly braces. Let's see, we'll split this string by this dash, which will result in an array, and then from there we just take the first element. So that's the standard JavaScript. And now we need to get the string as we want it. Great, and that's actually all I have to tell you about template literals. That's just how easy and straightforward they are, but we use them really all the time in React. So in React we need to define values based on condition all the time, and many times So in React, we need to define values based on condition all the time, and many times in situations where we cannot use an if-else statement. So let's now learn how to use the ternary operator instead. So in JavaScript, the ternary operator is a very special type of operator that has three operands, so three parts that are needed for this operator to work. So let's work here on the pages value again. And so the first part of the ternary operator is a condition. So let's say pages greater 1000. So this is a condition, and if this is true, the result of this operator will be whatever is after this question. So let's define a string here, and let's say over 1,000. And let's add the colon, and for now I'll just write another string here, and then I'll explain what's happening. So less than 1,000. So again, the ternary operator has three parts. The first part is this condition here. The second part is this second operand, which is the result of the operation in case that the condition is true. And in case that the condition is actually false, then the result of this operator will be this third part of the operator. Okay? And in case it's confusing, just remember that an operator is very similar to a function. So it always returns some value. So for example, if we have 2 plus 2, then the operator here is 2. It will result basically is 4. Right? And this operator here, the ternary operator, again, will return this value here in case the first operand is true. So this condition is true. And if it's false, then this part here will be the result of the operator. And then we can, as always, store that result into a variable. So let's just call this the pages range. Let's log that here. And so our pages are currently 1210, which is of course more than 1000. And then here we get the pages range is over 1000. And we get another book. So here our book was get book ID 2. Well, then our book still has 1210 pages because we are actually manipulating that value here. Remember? Let's take it out. And then our book only has 195 pages, which will then result in a string of less than 1000. And then we can use this here. For example, to create another string. Let's log it to the console. And again, using absolute literal. The book has pages range. Page. And so now we get the book has less than 1000 pages. Let's put this on your back and go also back to book number 1. And then we get the book has over 1000 pages. Great. So that's what we use the ternary operator for. So defining variable conditionally. And let's just quickly do that here again, right here in the summary string, just so I can show you that we can really use any JavaScript that returns a value here in one of these blocks. So the book has, here will be our JavaScript block, and then let me just write the end. Then adapt it as a movie. And so here basically, if the has movie annotation is true, then we want to return nothing, and if it's false, we want to return nothing. That makes more sense if we write it out. So has movie annotation, which we can again use because we already took it out of the object up here in this destructuring. So if has movie annotation, then return nothing, and if not, then return the string not. Okay, and well, that's a bit hard to see there. So the book has been adapted as a movie, which makes sense because this here is true. But once again, if we change this to number 2 here, then book, or if the book is different, it has no movie, and so then our string should say, the book has not been adapted as a movie. Great. So with this we use a conditional right here. In this video, let's quickly get ourselves familiar with arrow functions. So arrow functions are a new way of writing functions that have been introduced into JavaScript in ES6, and they are very helpful for writing quick and short one-line functions. Now many people actually use arrow functions for all functions now, but I personally really don't like that, and I only find them useful for, well, as I said, these one-liner functions. So let's say that we want to write a function which automatically does this part here. So taking the value that is supposed to be a date and go against the year. So based on this convention that for dates are always written in this format right here. So date dash month dash date. So the let's say old way of writing that would basically use the function keyword. And let's say get year, and it receives a string, and then we can return. Just type it up here, and I can copy this, and make it after. And then we could use get year with, for example, the publication date that we already have. And this result in 1965, just as we have here. So this is the traditional way of writing functions, which I still use all the time for longer functions, but now we also have arrow functions. Let's see how we write an arrow function. So the function is basically simply the argument, then the arrow, and then what we want to return. For this, string split, and then the first element. And that's it. This is a function. And maybe you notice that the previous extension that we're using this course, it automatically wraps this parameter here inside these parentheses. And that's because we can actually specify multiple arguments or parameters, then we really need to use key parentheses. And that's why we're placed in there, because like this, we cannot make any mistakes. So we could really pass any number of parameters here in that we wanted, and then based off those, we can then return something. So again, this part is automatically returned without us having to write the return keyword explicitly. Okay, let's just turn this one off, because now we want to reuse this get here name, because right now this is a function, but we cannot really use it because we haven't stored it anywhere. So we can split const get here, and then store that function value into this variable here. So this then becomes a so-called function expression. Well, this one here is a function declaration. That's the difference that we might have turned out. That's not really important. What matters is that this is an arrow function where we automatically return whatever is here on the right side of this arrow. Now, if we had more code here, so if we had multiple lines, then we would have to use a function block again. So using these curly braces, then we could write whatever code we need here, and then in the end, you would actually have to manually return again. So this one would also work the same way. So you see that we have the result here. But if you use this block, then you really do need this return keyword again. Otherwise, as you see, it returns undefined. But again, the ideal way of using this function is when you really have just a one-liner, and you don't need a return keyword, don't need a function block. All you need is this. And this really becomes very useful for calling functions, for example, in some arrow methods, as we will see later. Now, let's actually use this here. So for that, I will cut this part, and we'll place it here before the summary, because now I want to use the get here function in here. Also delete this part. Actually, I cut it and put it here just as a reference. And now here, instead of doing it manually here, we can call the function right here instead of the simple literal. Get here, and again, publication, date, result. Get in the console is indeed exactly the same. In this lecture, let's review how short circuiting works with some logical operators. So in JavaScript, some logical operators such as the AND and the OR operator have a feature called short circuiting. So short circuiting in logical operators means that in certain conditions, the operator will immediately return the first value and not even look at the second value. And this probably sounds confusing, so of course let's write some code here. So starting with the AND operator short circuits when the first operand, so when the first value is false, and it will immediately return that first value. So let's use a constant log here. And let's do what I said. So when the first value is true, the AND operator will automatically return the second. Let's now take a quick look at the very important optional chaining operator. So remember how I said earlier that each book has this review field, and it has reviews from this good resource and also from the library. Now, before you can start building any
Bye.